Throughout history, few were given the power to control the destiny of their fellow man. Tribal chieftain was a powerful shaper.
Information, the first principle of warfare, must form the foundation of all your efforts. Know, of course, thine enemy, but in knowing him, do not forget above all to know thyself. The commander who embraces this totality of battle shall win, even with the inferior force.
If I determine the enemy's disposition of forces while I have no perceptible form, I can concentrate my forces while the enemy is fragmented. The pinnacle of military deployment approaches the formless. If it is formless, then even the deepest spy cannot discern it, or the wise make plans against it.
And each new frontier has brought new ways and new places to die. Why should the future be different?
Resources exist to be consumed, and consumed they will be, if not by this generation, then by some future. By what right does this forgotten future seek to deny us our birthright? None, I say. Let us take what's ours.
First triad of victory, for it combines mobility, flexibility, and initiative. Superior training and superior weaponry have, taken together, a geometric effect on overall military strength.
War is war. Destruction is destruction. You think this is obvious, but war is not destruction, it is victory.
We shall take only the greatest minds, the finest soldiers, the most faithful servants. We shall multiply them 1,000-fold and release them to usher in a new era of glory.
We got just about everything up and running. Alright, so let's see. We got the first 4 missions done. We're on mission 5. Then there's another set of 4. How many we got? Got quite a few left. This is one long campaign. Alright. So, Langaros, king of the Argians? Agrians. There we are. Seeks an alliance with Alexander. What better way to prove his loyalty than by plundering Alexander's enemies? Looks like we'll probably be going against 2, starting to the far right, far east. Got a couple different roads. I'm assuming we're still Macedonians. Just keep everything on standard. I gotta have my doggo inside. Still not done with the phenol being in heat yet, so I have to take a break every so often. Okay, so let's see. Memory serves correct. We get no cavalry upgrades whatsoever. Everything for upgrades is all into infantry, which I suppose means that at earlier ages we can just blitz a bit with cavalry. We don't get any weapon upgrades, don't get any armor upgrades. Oh no, we're Thracian. Ooh, that's interesting. So never mind. What I just said won't matter, at least for this map, as a Thracian. Macedonians don't get cavalry upgrades. I have no idea what we're doing with this, because I haven't touched this since last time we streamed. So, just gotta get the doggo comforted here. It's acting like he was fine when I got everything started. Alright, looks like he might be fine now. Alright, let's go ahead and see what we're working with.
Not all of the northern tribes were foolish enough to pick a fight with Alexander. Like a keen-eyed jeweler, able to discern the potential in a rough and unshaped stone, King Langaros of the Agrianians chose to ingratiate himself with the Macedonian monarch. Langaros informed Alexander that a tribe known as the Autariatai were planning to attack the Macedonians, and even more helpfully, Langaros offered to deal with them himself. Alexander gladly accepted. And so, from every hamlet and township in the Strymon Valley, Langaros called upon his forces. Swift peltasts, clutching their throwing spears tight, cavalrymen atop hardy horses well used to cantering through rocky hills, stout infantrymen armed with that wicked long blade, the Rumfire. To ensure their commitment, Langaros spoke to them of duty. To bolster their fortitude, he invoked the gods. But to strengthen their zeal, Langaros promised them plunder.
I mean, if they're rich. And you think you can take them. Alright. I guess the real question is, what are we looking at for tech for Thracian? Are they more of a skirmisher? Since we heard throwing spears, maybe? Just gotta wait for all this to load.
Never you fear, noble Clytus. We shall scour these valleys of those treacherous tribes who would dare to defy your honored king.
So this isn't just an excuse for you to line your coffers.
Clytus, please. I'm just being a worthy friend to your new king. If I happen to profit along the way, that's just a sure sign that the gods bless our alliance.
Let's look at vision.
Aye.
Actually, they don't have a stable yet, do we? I definitely go with some melee and some range, but I don't know what our strengths
Right,
are.
men. We shall strike out against their villages. Plunder them, as they have so often done to us. Sitalkes, you recall last winter, they stole your prize pig. Bryzos, look at your shield. The boss is still missing, no doubt tucked away in one of these squalid hamlets. So you see, boys, we're not here as plunderers. We're just taking back what's ours!
Nai?
You're all before the use of that. Lancer, cavalry. I think that's all we get, right? Just lancers. 3,000 gold. Destroy all villages. Or destroy a village. Uh-oh. No. Okay, there. Pick everyone on defense. Defense mode.
Nai, Kurianan Hidegeleti Reisha, Ashen Washanai, Ashen Washanai.
Bendin to the Tishminas, I made Dekaya.
There's not a mining camp there. Oh. Oh. That's interesting. I suppose that's just their castle. Yeah, it is. Okay, buildings have +3 line of sight. Skirmishers regenerate. All buildings except town centers can be built on any elevation. Forts and towers increase the work rate of nearby miners, lumberjacks, and serve as resource drop sites. Ooh. Shepherds and hunters slowly generate gold while gathering from animals. All very nice passives.
As bending to the Tishminas, I made Dekaya. They know we're here, men. They guard their gold with their lives. So we shall take both.
Ashun washatameo. Dinegaleti Koreaneo. Ashun washatameo. Ashun washatameo.
Koreanan de night. Bending to the Tishminas, I made Dekaya.
Okay, so we're mostly going to go for range units, looks like. With a bunch of skirms. Some spearmen to protect them from cavalry, by the looks of things. It's 10 and 300.
Ashen Washatami, Beidor, as bending Mekish Beidor, Mekemai, Toseti Bendis Becas, Ashen Washatami, Ashen Washatami, Ashen Tarweto.
Bending to the Tishminas, Askalmos! 9 I made. Nice play. Ketoseti Bendis Becas. 9 I made. Ravkan!
Ashen
Hai,
Washatami.
reishe. Ashen washatameo.
Ashen Washatami.
Kurianeon.
Ashen Washatami. Ashen Washatami. Ashen Washatami.
Degaleti, kuriana, shatameo.
Ashen Washatami.
Degaleti, reishe. Ashen washatameo. Hai, reishe. Ashen washatameo. Ashen washatameo. Ashen washatameo. Ashen washatameo. Ashen tarvete.
Degeleti Kurianeon.
Ashen Washatami. 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 Ashen Washatami.
Okay, I think that should be
Ashen Tharmito.
Kuriana Nai, Shigure.
So we got more gold there. This is our ally. There might be a trick or something for him later, some such thing maybe. Or he's just kind of there.
Nai, Degaleti, Reishas.
To get that ore, we also get a little bit of gold with it too.
Nai, Tidoseti, Bendis, Bekas. Abronkaios! Nine I may.
Nine.
This room mostly gonna be infantry.
Degaleti, Reishas. Has been Titishminas, I make Dekayat.
Come speak with me, Langaros. I've got a task befitting a true and noble friend of Macedon.
Alright, well it's not as though I have a hero yet. Send a soldier. Alright.
Kurianan Deju has bending the Tishmenas Aime Dekaya. Kidegeleti Kurianeon Sheiro.
Yeah, we'll send our villagers to there.
Kuriana Andesho. Ashen washatame. Ashen washatameo. Ashen washatameo. Ashen washatameo. Ashen washatameo. Ashen tarvete.
Train cavalry gain gold from killing enemy units disables blunders. Spear line. Gain wood, food, gold, respectively from damaging enemy buildings. Wood, food, and gold. Interesting. Kind of feel like most of the time you probably just go for
are massing north of here. You folk have experience building in these unaccommodating hills. Think you could fortify the pass?
Okay, so you want me to build fortresses.
Might be worth building those forts. They'll stop the Altariatai from rushing straight through to our camp.
Nice, I'll mix it. I should check you,
Yeah, I was gonna say. Build a fort in each flank. Alright. So next time I need to hold off a bit, I think. Yeah, that's fine. Academy.
Silver pitchers, golden drinking horns, jeweled fibulae. Very tasteful.
Okay, I don't think we're gonna focus too much on cavalry all that often. Not a bad start. We can grab that. We can grab that door over there if we want to. Bunch of sheep over here we can probably pillage as well.
Ashen Tarweto. Kurianan Deisho. Ashen Washatami. Ashen Washatami. Ashen Tarweto.
Good there.
Ashen Washatameo. Hidegeletti Kuriana. Ashen Washatameo. Ashen Washatameo. Hidegeletti Reish. Ashen Washatameo.
Hidegeletti Kurianeo. Ashen Washatameo. Ashen Washatameo. Ashen Tarweto. But at least we're just spearmen. Ashen Washatameo. Ashen Washatameo. Ashen Washatameo. Hidegeletti Kurianas. Ashen Washatameo.
Hidegeletti Kurianeon. Ashen Washatameo.
Hidegeletti Kurianeo.
Ashen Washatameo. Ashen Washatameo.
To that hole.
Jiburo. Ashen Gloran Pituayo.
Hadron Pios!
Send it up a little bit. Anti-cavalry versus ranged soldiers. Okay, that's... What else we got? Warrior strip armor from targets when attacked. I'm gonna research. Skirmisher projectiles damage all units they pass through. Disables, Bessian metalworking. Ooh. But I mean that is Lancer line actually. Yeah, unique. How many intelligence?
Nai? Ashen Washatameo.
Down out. Nice and food and gold. But we're gonna go and get the upgrade now. That way we're set up for whenever we decide to go all in on our ED. Guys, we needed 600 for that. I don't know if we really need anything else. Shock Lancers are not really going to be doing too much of those.
Hey, Clytus. I hear you've known Alexander since he was a boy. Not that he's been a man very long. Any advice for impressing him?
If you can quote Homer and ride a horse, you're halfway there.
You guys look stepping up a little bit. That will be fine.
Nai, Reisha. Nai.
Ashen Washatameo.
It's unfortunate, that's fine.
Ashen Tarwito.
Actually not.
Legaleti Koreaneo. Ashen Tarwito. Legaleti Koreanas. Ascended to Tishmenas. Amen. Hayan. 9, amen.
Nine, I'm spending the Tishminas.
Perché mai te to senti per le specas? Ma spendi tutti i tishmenas ai me, dai hayan.
Yeah, just gotta chill out for a bit. Actually, we don't have to beat that. Skip that. 600.
Nai.
Ashen Washatameo. Ashen Glora Tutuayo. Ashen Glora Tutuayo. Legaleti Koreaneo. Ashen Shakia Ashaino.
Yeah, that's probably close enough. We can probably start advancing.
Nine, I'm the bed. Spending the Tishminas. Amen.
The forts are built. and not a moment too soon. I hear the thunder of hooves!
Oh shit, did I not break the footprints?
Dai, dei sempre, dai, Migueletti, dai, pure.
Well done. Where to go with the skirmisher? Alright, we don't have the population range.
Nein, Resha. Das Benden Titisminas Armee Dekaya. Koreana and Desianas. Kirgilele Resha.
Adrompaios!
Das Benden Titisminas Armee Dekaya.
Adskalmos! Gold to me, boys. Any jewelry, any cauldrons, any diamond-encrusted nail clippers you can take home to your wives. Let them know you're worth their time.
Still have a long ways to go for the gold.
Take what you can carry, and then take more! Adrompaios!
Benden Titisminas Armee Dekaya.
Helps him a little bit.
Titisminas Armee Dekaya.
Just normal pillaging.
Ares favours you, Langaros. Judging by that loot, Hermes does too. Benden Titisminas Armee Dekaya.
Look at that.
So, now that he's gone, what did you really think of old King Philip?
He was a brute. A womanizer. Drunken. Foul-tempered, coarse. Devious. Followed him to the ends of the earth.
That small army behind just to protect my mist get through. Killed.
Strip the village clean. They would have done the same to us, just less skillfully.
Alright. Good. Getting through that way. Probably put up some more towers if we really wanted to. Okay, that one might actually get a bridge. Yeah, that's what I say. Surely they got a castle there, right? Okay. Just in case, we're moving over here. I'll just move them away. We need to pillage more. This bastard is going to be putting in a lot of work, I think. Seems like it should be a better option. Just because the sheer amount of damage you should be able to put on versus armor stripping.
Look at these coins. Old King Codus's face on every one. The great Thracian unifier. How sad he'd be to see us all back to plundering one another. Oh well, this'll buy me a new battle axe or two.
Trebuchet is worthless. You can't defend it. So we might actually have a bit of a use for horses, possibly. Why that? Just because it's enough. It's food alone.
Desho. Kidigaleti Kuryaneon. And Katruzo! Nice, Jibur, nice, Gresha. Ragnikai! Nice, as Bendin Titishminas Ame Dekayan. And Skalmos! Nice, Max.
Oh, in that case, I'm not aware of this. I'm gonna try and besiege over here. Destroy enemy trade workshops.
Those sports did their job, eh, Clytus? See? I'm not just a brawler. I'm something of an architect, too.
These tribes wouldn't cause half as much trouble if it weren't for those wine-addled bruisers that lead them. A sack of gold for every chieftain you kill.
Alright then. Say no more.
Bending night.
Ashen Washatame.
I recognize that statuette. These lice-ridden reprobates were the ones who raided us last winter.
I'll just bring it back over here. Play this a little more time before I get it.
Garos. Keep this up. Alexander will be desperate to have the Agrianians along when we invade Persia.
Persia? Oh, by Hermes. All this effort to befriend the lad, and he's off to get himself killed in Asia.
Okay, at least we got a couple of repair guys from the ground. Okay, so let's get some upgrades there. That should be a non-threat for the most part. I think we have enough resources to recover well enough, but it's going to be a bit annoying. See how it forks, but that doesn't make it
3 days ago, you were tending your sheep. This is much more fun, isn't it, boys? This fine fellow won't be needing that jeweled brooch now, will he? What does Alexander hope to achieve in Asia? You might snatch the cities of Ionia. They've changed hands more often than a drinking bowl at a banquet. But deep in the great king's realm, where the real riches are, the Persians have armies.
Alright, sorry about that.
In the millions, I hear.
Philip too planned to invade
Gotta swap out
Persia,
the dog over so.
and he was not given to follow.
Since he's passed out first.
Ai, Kitegaleti, Kurianas.
Ashen Washatamel.
Nine, Resha. Kibeliana Resha. Oh, is that you're going with a trebuchet? Too bad.
Life was not worthless. To me, anyway.
You're quite the killer, Langaros. Take these cavalry.
This is pretty passive. This should be fun. Cavalry, you say? Alright, don't mind if I do then. I guess they killed the villagers each.
Was this the tribe that raided us the summer before last? Took my best blade. Ah well, looks like I've got it back. Hey, I recognize that corpse. Scathe, you cunning old fox. Couldn't trick your way out of this one, could you? You Macedonians seal all your alliances through marriage, right? Now I've heard that Alexander's half-sister is very fetching.
You want to marry a daughter of Philip? Brave man, Langaros. Oh, she'd put your household in order, that's for sure.
Ah, these people were from mighty stock. No wonder they had so much wealth. Masterful horse thieves, this lot.
That's what you're telling me. These guys are... There's plenty of stuff up here first to raid. This is what we got.
Fine work, lads. We'll get ourselves some nice tattoos to commemorate this day. As bending to the Tishminas Ame Dekaya. Kirigaletti Koreanas. Naisha Ax. And Catruso! Nine, Shabur. Nine, Ame. Nine, Ame.
Now we chase him down.
Kirglebe Reshas. Naishal Maxim. Now I've heard that the late Philip's right-hand man, what's his name? Parmenion? Didn't get along too well with young Alexander.
Well, Parmenion's been a miserable grouch since he left his mother's womb. But he is a dutiful servant of Macedon, and he's pledged himself to Alexander. Parmenion's the one who's going to establish our bridgehead in Persia.
Skirmishers are quite good. I'll say that much.
Warlike Pleistoras, O mighty god of slaughter, see what devastation we wreak with your aid. Tell your king the Agrianians fought as if the gods themselves were watching. And if they weren't, they missed a fine show.
Aye, I'll tell him just that. And I'm quite certain there will be a place for your men when we sail to Asia.
A little of a longer mission, but not too difficult. I mean, it is pretty much like the intro mission for the Civ.
While Alexander had been away in the north, making friends and slaughtering foes, rumors were spreading in Greece.
I have it on good authority that the tyrant Alexander is dead, and with him that feckless rabble that his barbarous father called an army. Now is the time to rise up, cast out the garrisons that he imposed on your 5 cities, and retake your liberty!
Alexander was not dead. And when he heard that the Thebans had trapped their Macedonian garrison on the city's Acropolis, he was furious. Ah, Thebes. The city where Oedipus had plucked out his own eyes, where Antigone hanged herself, where Heracles went mad and slew his own family. For defying Alexander, the Thebans would suffer a new tragedy.
Well, I don't think things are going to go well for them. Question is, are we Macedonians again, or are we, what was it called? The Thracians?
By the 12 gods, we're surrounded! Where is Alexander? I signed up to be a garrison officer, not a general!
We're sick of the sight of you Macedonian rats infesting the sacred Cadmea. We're coming up, and your bloated corpses are going to tumble down!
I don't want to be a bloated corpse. Bar the gates, man the barricades, wake up the sentries!
Don't have much else of it.
Keep coming, Macedonians! I had brothers at Chaeronea, and I'll honor their memories by bashing your skulls into pulp! Cover most things.
Keep going! These Thebans don't sound too merciful!
So far.
Artemis Satera, oh light-bringing goddess, take pity on me. I'm just a humble man with little to give. Look, my wife, she makes the most wonderful honey cakes, moist and sweet and... Just spare my life, and I'll dedicate 2 dozen at your shrine.
King isn't coming, Macedonian. You're going to die up there. And for what?
You just have to survive for like another 5 minutes. I'm not gonna be able to pump out enough. Alright. It's fine. It's fine. Now that I kind of know what their composition is a little bit. Alright, there it goes. Got a little worried there.
By the 12 gods, we're surrounded! Where is Alexander? I signed up to be a garrison officer, not a general.
We're sick of the sight of you Macedonian rats infesting the sacred Cadmea. We're coming up, and your bloated corpses are going to tumble down!
I don't want to be a bloated corpse. Bar the gates, man the barricades, wake up the sentries.
How did we lose the tower already? Pretty sure it was a tower there.
keep coming, Macedonians. I had brothers at Chaeronea, and I'll honor their memories by bashing your skulls into pulp!
I wish the towers were just a little bit better at picking out targets.
Keep going! These Thebans don't sound too merciful!
Oh, don't care about that. Not so much.
Oh, light-bringing goddess, take pity on me. I'm just a humble man with little to give. Look, my wife, she makes the most wonderful honey cakes, moist and sweet and... Just spare my life, and I'll dedicate 12, no, 24 at your shrine.
King isn't coming, Macedonian. You're going to die up there. And for what?
Artemis, I ask you, beg you, goddess, preserve me, and I'll sacrifice 10 white goats for you. Succulent ones, too. Not those stringy creatures that Pathon sells.
Well, this is quite the situation. You lot still alive up there?
General Perdiccas! Oh, thank the gods. Is Alexander here?
He's not far behind. You boys, hold on just a little while longer. And try not to sound so scared, Eropos. Sets a bad example.
Swift-footed Artemis, strong-voiced Artemis, fast-shooting Artemis, don't let me die! Watch over me, and I will raise you a statue, whatever it costs. Carrion marble, and an ivory bow, and crystal for the eyes, and a proper stonemason to carve it, and I'll refuse him wine so his hands are steady.
Okay, so it doesn't look like you're supposed to actually survive this. This is the way it looks.
Alexander's on the horizon. The Thebans are already diverting their men to the outer walls. Now finish off the ones on the Cadmea. Make yourselves presentable.
Okay, I'm supposed to do that. Like, actually. So yeah, defeat at least one Macedonian command center must survive. You must... okay. This is a bit of a rough one, isn't it? Don't really have enough resources really to keep all fronts going, so it's I don't know. That last rush is gonna be a bit of a problem. So we don't really get a whole lot of resources. The trinkle rate's pretty slow. You got like 4 different fronts to keep track of.
By the 12 gods, we're surrounded! Where is Alexander? I signed up to be a garrison officer, not a general.
We're sick of the sight of you Macedonian rats infesting the sacred Cadmea. We're coming up, and your bloated corpses are going to tumble down!
I don't want to be a bloated corpse. Bar the gates, man the barricades, wake up the sentries.
I had brothers at Chironea, and I'll honor their memories by bashing your skulls into pulp!
Keep going! These Thebans don't sound too merciful! Oh, light-bringing goddess, take pity on me. I'm just a humble man with little to give. My wife, she makes the most wonderful honey cakes, moist and sweet, and just spare my life, and I'll dedicate 2 dozen at your shrine.
King isn't coming, Macedonian. You're going to die up there. And for what?
I feel like we're doing a bit better now.
Oh, beautiful Artemis, I ask you, beg you, goddess, preserve me, and I'll sacrifice 10 white goats for you. Succulent ones, too. Not those stringy creatures that Pathon sells.
Well, this is quite the situation. You lot still alive up there?
General Perdiccas! Oh, thank the gods. Is Alexander here?
He's not far behind. You boys, hold on just a little while longer. And try not to sound so scared, Ericos. Sets a bad example.
archers out of there.
Swift-footed Artemis, strong-voiced Artemis, fast-shooting Artemis, don't let me die! Watch over me, and I will raise you a statue, whatever it costs. Parian marble, and an ivory bow, and crystal for the eyes, and a proper stonemason to carve it, and I'll refuse him wine, so his hands are steady.
Alexander's on the horizon. The Thebans are already diverting their men to the outer walls. Now finish off the ones on the Cadmea. Make yourselves presentable.
Now he shows up.
Thebans! I have no wish to be your conqueror. Join me willingly, and I shall gladly count you among our ranks when we cross into Asia.
Ace Caracas! You milk-sucking sons of sows!
They'll regret that. You boys in the garrison! Now that the Thebans are focused on us, you go cause some chaos in the city.
Sneak out, sabotage, then regroup at the Cadmea before the Thebans can respond. Lightning raids, right? The longer we're roaming around out there, the more Thebans will come for us.
But I can't rebuild stuff. Alright. We're gonna do first. Let's do a quick safety save. Because that was a bit rough at the start.
Are out. We must go and get more, even if it's dangerous. Those cow pens, filled with beasts for sacrifice. Are any of you men experienced in cattle rustling?
Okay, so I can break through there. That's not the right way. At least we have a safety save now. But I guess it's all the supplies that we get.
Get back to the Cadmea before the Thebans come after us.
Okay, so we need to start focusing on the cavalry for the chance.
Don't lose the Cadmea. The Thebans might be distracted now, but they'll keep coming for their Acropolis.
Wish I had some kind of timer. Guess I'll just wait for the notifications, perhaps.
Zeus preserve us! The Cadmea is under attack!
And with that, I think we can head on out.
That's the guardhouse there. Up and at 'em, Erebos.
Sent a patrol after us.
I think if these... I think this is this. I could be wrong. I would really like to have some resources. I could just build like a cavalry regiment.
Oh, losing the heifers you've marked out for sacrifice. That's got to be demoralizing.
one mission. Okay, everyone's healed up.
Eyes on the water, Erebos. A Theban supply ship is headed downriver. Nab it when it gets into the shallows. Fine catch. I wouldn't go splashing around in that river, though. Half the city's chamber pots end up in there.
Tiestin. Nei, Coronos.
I guess we'll place him up here. I'm changing up the guard.
Recover what you can from the dead. God's forgive us.
That's just like the academy, that's the area that's like historians. But alright, well, currently I do not have this third objective. Sabotage buildings in the gatehouse. What? It's supposed to be this? Well, I don't know how well that would work. I don't exactly have siege equipment. Okay. Well, in either case. We'll just wait for this to finish restoring. Garrison. We have another sable. Just might be the one. fine. I don't know if I'll be able to get everything destroyed before we set up patrol.
You sent a patrol after us.
Scare off most of the archers. Wish there was like a timer or something, you know, when you're good.
They're moving their patrols away from the guardhouse. Have another go.
Cool. Okay. Good thing I chose cavalry. Okay, so it's almost like it really wants you to, like, attack, retreat. Come back in, kill the units, retreat. Come back in, destroy, like, maybe half the buildings, retreat. Come back in, destroy the rest of the buildings if you can, retreat.
I might enjoy destroying things. Yes. Maybe I'm not such a bad fit for the military after all.
Okay. Got one more mission. As I said, it's like, is that a signal or something, or part of the song? I think it's just part of the song. So there's a bridge that we can't use. Stuff over there. So unless there's like something more center, maybe?
Those Thebans aren't in the mood for mercy. You get those prisoners out of there before they get decapitated.
Alright. Precisely how do you wish for me to do that? This bridge doesn't seem to be functional. Where is it? That guy's just being weird about it.
Those screams! They're killing the prisoners! By the gods! We thought you lot were dead. Come with us. If we can distract the Thebans inside the city, Alexander can break in from without.
Our boys in the city have been wreaking merry havoc, and the Thebans are in disarray. Time to strike, I reckon.
Hearken to me, soldiers! None of us wished to bring death upon this eminent city. But just as the Thebans once forsook their Greek brothers and sided with the Persians, so now they have chosen perfidy and sedition. They assault our comrades on the Cadmea, our stout-hearted friends. Rush forth now to their aid.
Theban.
A fine haul there, lads. Is that the armor of the Sacred Band? Alexander wiped them out at Chaeronea. I think he's going to do in the rest of the Thebans too.
Do well to know precisely where they're at.
Aye. Poiesto.
You have your orders. Seize the city. Raise our banners in its most hallowed precincts. And let the Thebans see that they rule here no longer.
man from rocky Thrace. I think Langaros will prove an enthusiastic ally, and he offers you these strapping warriors.
Are. I get new kind of description. That's good. I guess we'll go with this.
City of Cadmus. You must be blind as Oedipus to see Lord Alexander approach and bar your gates to his majesty.
Is not to be looted, torched, or in any way vandalized. That ancient poet once honored my family in verse. He alone among these brutes recognized the greatness of the Argians. When ivy-wreathed Dionysus came upon Thebes and demanded that King Pentheus recognize his power, he was spurned, and the wrath of Dionysus was terrible indeed. When I stood before your walls and made my demands, Thebans, you should have remembered the fate of Pentheus.
Okay, looks like they've spread out quite well so far. is somewhat satisfying, considering the rough start at the defense. Maybe this was like another mission I could have done.
thirst at the fountain of Ares. Fill yourselves with his love of strife. For there is still bloody work to do this day.
Place them over there. So we're gonna get trebuchet or anything like that. Just making sure we can have him ready to go. Got that fortress, and that should be
Amphion, O son of Zeus, who blessed this city with its walls in the age of heroes, I stand humbly before your tomb. Accept these offerings of oil and honey, and know that the violence I did to your creation was no affront to you.
We hold the city, Alexander. No resistance left. I'll recall the soldiers.
You know, my father once destroyed Olympus after it betrayed him. I thought that was cruelty. But now I see. Either you make the price of rebellion clear, or you invite the knife in the back. Let the men loose. Let Thebes burn.
I like how everyone stopped for a moment. Okay, we were actually done. It's like, so you're gonna make me destroy the city anyway? No? Okay, I guess we're good. Man, that was a rough start. It's not nearly as bad once you kind of know what you're going up against, but man, that was a bit rough. Lost 606, killed 1737, 512 kills. wonder if I kept like all the members from both the garrison and our little attack as Alexander or resets. Not sure. Probably keeps it.
Alexander's destruction of Thebes was near total. All that he allowed to remain were the temples, the ancient Cadmea, and the house of the poet Pindar. The rest of the rebellious Greeks immediately surrendered, and Alexander could once again turn his gaze towards Persia. As was only natural before such a grand expedition, Alexander went to Delphi, seeking the wisdom of the god Apollo. When Alexander arrived, he was told that Apollo's priestess was absent from the temple, this being a day when prophecies were forbidden. But Alexander, believing that his will surpassed any sacred rules, marched to the priestess's quarters and began to drag her towards the temple, determined that she would... "My son! My son!" exclaimed the terrified priestess. "You are unconquerable!" Satisfied with his boorishly acquired prophecy, Alexander crossed the Hellespont. Parmenion was waiting with the advance guard, but Alexander had more pressing matters. He proceeded to Troy, where he anointed the gravestone of Achilles with oil. He and his friends ran races around the tomb, as though they were the heroes of Homer's Iliad. The Persians had time for no such frivolities. They assembled their forces at the river Granicus, trusting in its steep banks and fast-flowing waters to deter Alexander's onslaught. Alexander gazed at the army arrayed against him, a host more numerous than any he had yet faced. The steeds of the Persian nobles strutting along the serried ranks, their riders eagerly watching for a glimpse of the invader they wished to slay. Upon a single charge across the Granicus, Alexander would stake the fate of his entire expedition.
Surely it's the Achaemenids.
The Persians hold a stout position and have the benefit of rest. Our men are tired from the march. Reconsider your assault, I urge you.
I did not cross the Hellespont to be waylaid by this puny stream. Form up. You will take the infantry on the left and center, while I shall lead the cavalry on the right, as befits a king's honor. I shall break the Persians' morale, so long as you do not flee first.
See how the foe deploys his troops, and arrange yours accordingly. Your cavalry charge will be for naught if the rest of the line crumbles.
Position all 8 captains to set up your battle line. Arrange your troops to counter the Persian deployment. Yes, slingers, squabbles, mortals, and riders. Light cavalry. Interesting take. Fact. Go and drop a save real quick. They are self-evident missions, so. Okay, so part of the problem is, I think, if memory serves correct, is that the immortals can change. Yeah, from Archer to melee. Don't want Alexander there. I could probably take him here. Problem is, I don't think swordsman's going to counter anything really, right? Except for maybe these guys. Yeah. Guardsmen I can put anywhere really, but where I really want them is here. I think, right? Skirmisher Cavalry. Axe Cavalry. Okay, so this is the melee signature. In a while. Not exactly going to be super effective against swordsmen. Light cavalry might. This is kind of a weird setup.
Macedonians! Many of you served my father, who led you to victories against the warlike Thracians, the savage Illyrians, the hard-riding Scythians. Fine victories, but look at the host against whom I lead you today. the finest soldiers of the Persian Empire. How splendid their costumes! How lustrous their horses! How magnificent their banners! Have you ever seen so grand an army? Now think of the glory when you rout them today! Imagine the trophies you will hang above your hearths! Here, ringing in your ears the acclamation that you fought beside Alexander on the day of his greatest victory!
I'll probably have to do several resets on this one because I kind of forget. Besides that, it always has hard counters. Like, I think this is like anti-cavalry, right? I guess. Hold on. Where's the I don't know what this thing is. I think it's like another anti-archer. About my units and theirs, but so. So I think we kind of go heavy skirm over here against these guys, considering they are able to hold their line along with the cavalry. Swordsmen to try and counter these. I want you like more over here. The idea being that everyone else will engage and they're in the back line, hitting these guys hard. only got like one guardsman too. I guess.
Rise, Zeus Soter, and charge!
Here we go, lads! Kill their commanders and break their spirits!
How I get these archers.
Sacred fires, thronged with chanting magi, exhorting the foe to greater feats. Douse their flames!
Section of the line is in trouble. The captain is dead. These golden trinkets are ours now.
The Persian standards! Burn them, lads! Let the Persians see their banners burn. Turn those fine pigments black.
X-Men. Okay, we might be fine.
Persian Field Hospital! Seize it and stop them patching up their sickly conscripts.
Poultices, tourniquets, bandages. Patch yourselves up and get back in the fight.
So far, so good, I think. Just wait for a little bit.
Then horse pens. You know what to do with those, lad.
Yeah, except I can't do that with my current setup.
Seize that Persian command post! Command post is this? The satrap's brought half his wardrobe.
Another brave captain lost. You must support the infantry, Alexander. Thundering Zeus! How many veteran officers will we lose this day?
I see the sigil of Mithridates! Son-in-law of King Darius! Let him face me, since his father will not.
Come on.
There! Breastplate of Rosarches! Foremost among these satraps in valor. The honor of killing him will be mine alone.
I smell cedar and frankincense. Another of the Persian sacred pyres.
See, Persians! Your once mighty fires now reduced to sputtering embers. Mithridates! Face me, man!
Probably take that. Got a field hospital, I think.
Another field hospital. There!
Oi, moi, Talas! Another officer dead! What are you doing, Alexander? The men can't hold much longer!
If it's bleeding, staunch it. If it's dislocated, relocate it. Then get back on your horses and into the fray.
Our line is broken! You have led us all to ruin, boy!
Damn. It's a weird setup for the very beginning, though. That it is. The big problem is the camels. Yeah, if I could get like cavalry archers or something like that, maybe.
The Persians hold a stout position and have the benefit of rest. Our men are tired from the march. Reconsider your assault, I urge you.
I did not cross the Hellespont to be waylaid by this puny stream. Form up. You will take the infantry on the left and center, while I shall lead the cavalry on the right, as befits a king's honor. I shall break the Persians' morale, so long as you do not flee first.
See how the foe deploys his troops, and arrange yours accordingly. Your cavalry charge will be for naught if the rest of the line crumbles.
Ah, so now it's an entirely different setup. Because before, these guys were slingers instead of cavalry archers. Okay, so what do we got here? We got... Now the war chariots I could probably take on myself, probably. Problem is just kind of everything else.
Macedonians! Many of you served my father, who led you to victories against the warlike Thracians, the savage Illyrians, the hard-riding Scythians, fine victories. But look at the host against whom I lead you today. The finest soldiers of the Persian Empire. How splendid their costumes! How lustrous their horses! How magnificent their banners! Have you ever seen so grand an army? Now think of the glory when you rout them today! Imagine the trophies you will hang above your hearths! Here, ringing in your ears the acclamation that you fought beside Alexander on the day of his greatest victory!
It's kind of an odd setup.
Nej, Tondir. Nej, Koronos. Fidelis. Ai. Prostagma. Akku. Anger. Ojes. Tiesti.
Rise, Zeus Soter! And charge!
Here we go, lads! Kill their commanders and break their spirits!
Seize that Persian command post! Command post is this? The satrap's brought half his wardrobe.
See the sigil of Mithridates, son-in-law of King Darius. Let him face me, since his father will not.
Gotta find some other captains.
Section of the line is in trouble. The captain is dead.
Gotta kind I can't.
Sacred fires, thronged with chanting magi, exhorting the foe to greater feats. Douse their flames! See, Persians! Your once mighty fires now reduced to sputtering embers.
The Persian standards! Burn 'em, lads!
Another brave captain lost. You must support the infantry, Alexander. Thundering Zeus! How many veteran officers will we lose this day? Oi, moi, Talas! Another officer dead!
Let the Persians see their banners burn. Turn those fine pigments black.
What are you doing, Alexander? The men can't hold much longer. Our line is broken!
Okay. This is really weird. I wish you could... Maybe it's just me, but it seems like you can't really see the Persian captains as well, sometimes. Not that you can really snipe them, if I could in the middle of the fray because of the lack of archers or anything like that.
The Persians hold a stout position and have the benefit of rest. Our men are tired from the march. Reconsider your assault, I urge you.
I did not cross the Hellespont to be waylaid by this puny stream. Form up. You will take the infantry on the left and center, while I shall lead the cavalry on the right, as befits a king's honor. I shall break the Persians' morale, so long as you do not flee first.
See how the foe deploys his troops, and arrange yours accordingly. Your cavalry charge will be for naught if the rest of the line crumbles.
Many of you served my father, who led you to victories against the warlike Thracians, the savage Illyrians, the hard-riding Scythians. Fine victories, but look at the host against whom I lead you today. The finest soldiers of the Persian Empire. How splendid their costumes! How lustrous their horses! How magnificent their banners! Have you ever seen so grand an army? Now think of the glory when you rout them today! Imagine the trophies you will hang above your hearths! Hear, ringing in your ears, the acclamation that you fought beside Alexander on the day of his greatest victory!
This is kind of an odd one. definitely is an odd one. And it's not like I can like pre-pick out where their captains are.
Rise, Zeus Soter, and charge!
Here we go, lads! Kill their commanders and break their spirits!
Seize that Persian command post!
Command post is this? The satraps brought up his wardrobe.
See the sigil of Mithridates? Son-in-law of King Darius. Let him face me, since his father will not.
Winning the battle decisively.
Section of the line is in trouble. The captain is dead.
Another brave captain lost. You must support the infantry, Alexander. Thundering Zeus! How many veteran officers will we lose this day? Oi, moi, Talas! Another officer dead! What are you doing, Alexander? The men can't hold much longer. Our line is broken. You have led us all
This
to
is
ruin, boy.
really weird setup. Because they counter just about everything. You can't get there fast enough really to do too much. It's really weird. I guess I could check the options real quick and see if there's like a more detailed thing I'm missing.
The Persians hold. Stout position and have the benefit of rest. Our men are tired from the march. Reconsider your assault, I urge you.
I did not cross the Hellespont to be waylaid by this puny stream. Form up. You will take the infantry on the left and center, while I shall lead the cavalry on the right, as befits a king's honor. I shall break the Persians' morale, so long as you do not flee first.
See how the foe deploys his troops, and arrange yours accordingly. Your cavalry charge will be for naught if the rest of the line crumbles.
So I guess it's just like for this section, it won't show me what it was showing me before. Which is what kind of sucks. I thought it was just me, but it's like, no, it's like in this selection, it will not show you the information. So I guess familiarize yourself with Achaemenids, because it ain't gonna tell you what bonuses or anything. Because I clearly had it before. So yes, position it so that it can best counter. So that you can best counter the enemy, but it won't tell you what bonuses the other side has, especially for the more unique units. Like, I'm assuming this is anti-infantry. Another like anti-archer type unit, maybe. Yeah, I'm assuming that these guys are supposed to be anti-cavalry archers. We know this is anti-archer, anti-infantry, anti-cavalry, anti-archer unit since they're skirmisher. Maybe they get a bonus on something else too. I don't know. Like, to definitively have that info, which we had just a moment ago, kind of. I'll give it one more shot. Otherwise, I guess I'll call it there. Which kind of sucks because I think the mission itself would be really interesting if I just understood a little bit more. Like how much time I have before the line specifically collapses, and whether or not I should be focusing on taking out the captains to raise morale, or focusing entirely on the back line and just go fucking ham. I don't know. Okay. That. Stop. So like, I kind of gotta take a look and see like where. So that's entirely anti-infantry. Okay, so I'm assuming as they are now, it doesn't change. Like they won't swap in or out. Okay, where the hell is my garrison? They keep changing it, so it can't ever get a full pattern. I suppose it's nice. I prefer replayability, but... Since these are just camel guys, I could probably just put infantry there. We have cavalry that should be countering this, and this. As long as the line holds. Sensei. So maybe I go a bit thicker up there, a little bit lighter here, and then just kill everyone with like what little bit we have here. What do we got here? We got Archer.
Hetoimos.
Swordsman.
Macedonians! Many of you served my father, who led you to victories against the warlike Thracians, the savage Illyrians, the hard-riding Scythians. Fine victories, but look at the host against whom I lead you today. The finest soldiers of the Persian Empire. How splendid their costumes! How lustrous their horses! How magnificent their banners! Have you ever seen so grand an army? Now think of the glory when you rout them today! Imagine the trophies you will hang above your hearths! Here, ringing in your ears the acclamation that you fought beside Alexander on the day of his greatest victory!
I don't know. I just have so many things that counter what we're supposed to be starting with. So my hope is if I make... Because like down here is probably like RNG, right? Since it keeps rotating a bit on the formation. So maybe I just come in like super hard, kill everyone here, take out the archers. It's light cavalry, so let's... in theory. Last attempt, I guess, for the night.
Here we go, lads! Kill their commanders and break their spirits!
captain if you can.
Section of the line is in trouble. The captain is dead. Another brave captain lost. You must support the infantry, Alexander.
I'm going as fast as I can.
Zeus, how many veteran officers will we lose this day? Oi, moi, Talas! Another officer dead! What are you doing, Alexander? The men can't hold much longer.
Well, that one was even worse than the others. Damn. This one's just really, really weird. So not every single group has a captain. It seems like if you kill the captain, they just leave. I'm gonna check one more thing. So I'm interested to see, so long as the game doesn't crash on me. Interested to see if there's always a captain on Alexander's side.
The Persians hold a stout
And I was getting a lot
position and
of
have
kills
the
with the
benefit of
companions,
rest.
right?
Our men are tired from the march. Reconsider your assault, I urge you.
I did not cross the Hellespont to be waylaid by this puny stream. Form up. You will take the infantry on the left and center, while I shall lead the cavalry on the right, as befits a king's honor. I shall break the Persians' morale, so long as you do not flee first.
See how the foe deploys his troops, and arrange yours accordingly. Your cavalry charge will be for naught if the rest of the line crumbles.
Okay, so it looks like they're super thick up over there. They're thick there. This is a really weird setup for the mission, right? So what do we get? We get, like, what, 2 skirms, I think, like 2 swordsmen, 1 guardsman, 2 archers, maybe 3. And then on top of which, you can't really see any of the bonuses if you don't already have bonuses memorized. Dictate that I would put the guardsmen there. Counter those two.
have you served my father, who led you to victories against the warlike Thracians, the savage Illyrians, the hard-riding Scythians? Fine victories, but look at the host against whom I lead you today. The finest soldiers of the Persian Empire. How splendid their costumes! How lustrous their horses! How magnificent their banners! Have you ever seen so grand an army? Now think of the glory when you rout them today! Imagine the trophies you will hang above your hearths! Hear, ringing in your ears, the acclamation that you fought beside Alexander on the day of his greatest victory!
I can't remember what these guys are good at. Shock infantry. Oh, anti... Cavalry and camels. Setup for a mission.
Tiesti, Kangarm, Poieso. Nei, Coronos.
Jesus Soter! And charge!
Here we go, lads! Kill their commanders and break their spirits!
Okay, so if we don't finish anything else except for that captain.
Seize that Persian command post! Command post is this? The satrap's brought half his wardrobe.
See the sigil of Mithridates? Son-in-law of King Darius. Let him face me, since his father will not. Sacred fires, thronged with chanting magi, exhorting the foe to greater feats. Douse their flames!
These golden trinkets are ours now.
A section of the line is in trouble. The captain is dead.
There! Breastplate of Rosake, foremost among these satraps in valor. The honor of killing him will be mine alone. Mithridates! Face me, man!
Okay, so this probably makes the scrolling through until we find whatever the captain is gonna do.
Cedar and frankincense. Another of the Persian sacred pyres.
See, Persians! Your once mighty fires now reduced to sputtering embers.
The Persian standards! Burn 'em, lads! Let the Persians see their banners burn. Turn those fine pigments black.
They're horse pens. You know what to do with those, lad.
Another brave captain lost. You must support the infantry, Alexander.
Open this quickly as we can.
Buzanis! A duel!
Thundering Zeus! How many veteran officers will we lose this day? Oi, moi, Talas! Another officer dead!
into their baggage camp like wolves in a henhouse.
Run hard, you silver-maned stallions, like luminous comets through an ashen sky. They are broken! By the 12 gods, I triumph!
Finally.
Not yet. Persians may have fled, but their Greek mercenaries remain, encamped in the hills at the rear.
What self-respecting Greek would serve the Persian king? I shall deal with these myself. Each company is to send me the man who most distinguished himself today. These will form my hunting party.
Hard men, these Greek mercenaries. A blessing for us that the Persians were too distrustful to put them in the front
Who'd have
line,
thought?
but taking them out now will still be tough going.
The test run is the one that wins. Armored swordsmen, some archers, guardsmen.
The ravine divides here. They're holding both paths. You take one group out, and the other will have to fall back before they're outflanked.
Alright, let's see. Mercenary hoplite, skirmisher, some priests. But I still don't have like a field hospital or something, do I? We might still be like in a no-win position. Kind of seems like now would probably be a good time to get a safety save if we can get one. You know what? We'll save it under stupid run. Heavily armored swordsman, elite hoplite. I think we can hold up from this. Well, maybe normally we do. I don't see any bars moving, so maybe not. Strong versus hoplites. Well.
The others are retreating. Push on.
Assess the situation, lad. Choose your approach.
Oh shit, we should go over here. But we got more, so... Got a really long poker. Okay, so I think we only get vision from this. Like, it's just a straight up regular outpost instead of healing.
Some reserves, Alexander. It seems that ranging forward with your warrior band might be better suited to the pages of Homer than a modern battlefield.
The day has been long, but do not slacken now, brave soldiers.
Alright, well, so that's what we got first before you see our training.
I see your camp behind you, traitors. You cannot continue to fall back much longer.
Oh, cool.
Have you cornered, Greeks? Like hunters hemming in a growling boar.
Okay. So we can do a pincer attack here with the cavalry. We don't really have too much to worry about as far as disadvantage.
Alexander, forgive us and spare our lives!
Mercy is the gift of the strong, and I bestow it on you. A fine victory, Macedonians, and the first of many. Let Darius bear witness. I am not some marauder to be dealt with by his lackeys. I am King Alexander, and I lay claim to this realm.
Finally, we got a victory. Man, the last couple of missions have been a little bit on the rough side, at least at the start. Once you get going, not so bad. But rough starts. Alright, I think we'll go ahead and call it there. Man. A bit rough. But we got 1, 2, 3. We got 3 missions done. If it wasn't for these two, how many resets? We probably would have gotten 4 up. So I gotta keep track of Macedonian tech. Which is going to be a bit hard because I'm really keeping myself off of skirms and stuff against the AI to get some practice and stuff. So you have to forgive if I forget certain aspects, especially like for Achaemenids or another Civ like that, where I don't really play them outside like the campaign. And I think they're strong, don't get me wrong. But like remembering all the little nuances of some of their units, it's like, okay, so what were you exactly? I think you're anti-infantry, but I could be wrong. Oh, you're anti-cavalry? Great. Or something like that, right? But nonetheless. A bit of a rougher go, but for context, especially for anyone that might be watching this on a VOD over on YouTube or something like that later, right? It had been probably like 4 or 5 weeks minimum if I had to just take a shot in the dark of not touching Age of Empires 2, specifically the campaign and all that. In fact, I'm going to see if I can just look it up real quick, because I've been wanting to get back to it for so long, but there had always been something. Either like internet, or me throwing my back out, or whatever have you. And I'm just looking it up here real quick. See how many. Okay, not 5. Okay, it hadn't been 5. Because that would have been way, way too long. But 3. Right? Let me think. No, it's 5. Has to be 5. Because I've been doing Fallout on Wednesdays and Age of Empires on Thursdays, and I've skipped so many weeks. I know it's been a while since I've actually been able to get back to it. So we had Tipped Our Toes in Nipton, and then RepCon, and then we got to the outskirts of New Vegas, and then we came back and finished up after a little bit of grinding, RepCon. I don't know, we got up to outskirts of New Vegas, and then we took another day for grinding, and then we finished RepCon because of the Nightkin. So yeah, that's 5 weeks. Damn. See what a bit of a hiatus does to you? Damn. Also, to curb my desire to play Age of Empires 2, I've been playing a bit of Age of Empires 3. Specifically playing around with some of the, I guess, slightly different strats that I've never really tried to go into. Specifically playing around with the idea of like the revolutions, which I know typically usually aren't super great. And France actually has a very, very strong one. Now, if the AI could just do it better. Because I don't play online, but I like to try and play around different strats from time to time. And it's like, that's only, well, I've seen the Dutch Revolt a couple times. But usually it's France. And then they got like one good push, and then they're dead. Which I assume is probably how it actually goes. But by the looks of things, on a probably closer to a 60-minute treaty, you could probably get a really, really strong revolutionary France going on. Because they got a few things going on for them. For one, they have an age up for the revolution, and then it goes right into after you have to send cards, which is why it takes so long. But if you wanted to play the like absolute max optimally between the econ and the what do you call it? All the little buffs you can get to like your cavalry and stuff, depending on your setup that you want to go for. You can get all the way up to like Imperial cuirassiers, which are pretty dang strong. And then they have, I forget what the proper name for them is, but they get to keep somewhat functioning villagers. Like, they're full functioning, but they're also treated as a military unit. So the good news is you can keep harvesting all of the resources and everything. The bad news is you got to keep track of where your idols are, because they're considered a military unit now. So I don't think the idle villager works as well. At least you don't get the button for it, except for like maybe the 2 settlers you get from if you take them for the age up instead of their normal unique settler, which I forget the name of right now. But we're gonna keep going on with this so long as weird stuff doesn't happen, since we're still in winter. Thankfully we weren't really hit like at all with the whole winter storms that are going through. So we're all good there so far. We haven't had a whole lot of snow. It hasn't been terribly, terribly cold. Just a few days here and there. But we're going to keep going on with Fallout New Vegas. We lost Boone. I don't know if I'm going to keep going through with that. In all honesty, I'll probably just play it to keep the game honest. But if not, if somehow I chicken out, I will count it as a full-on death. It just sucks. Got ambushed in an area that I didn't think you'd have to worry about the I forget what they're called. Night Stalkers? Something like that. They're like reptilian coyotes or some such thing. I don't know. And it's not so much that one is bad, because they do a ton of damage on hardcore, very hard. Because I've never really fought them before. Even like the blood that we got earlier was from Caesar's Legion that was attacking some merchants. And then the Night Stalker showed up. Which is kind of weird, because it was still like full on daylight. It was only like 3 in the afternoon or something like that. And we were doing so good hunting the Red Scorps. It sucks. I had a companion, but now they're dead. It was unfortunate. I didn't think I'd never been that blindsided, I don't think, in Fallout before. I've made mistakes before, I've gotten caught off guard before. I don't think I've ever been like that blindsided in Fallout before. Other than like just not knowing certain things about the game. It's like your first time going through it. But New Vegas, I've at least finished it a couple of times, but I haven't done everything. And it's my first time doing hardcore, and I decided since very hard wasn't all that bad in Fallout 3, did it for New Vegas. I knew Vegas was going to be a bit harder because of the hardcore aspect and a bunch of other stuff, but nonetheless, we're going to keep going on with that. I got Age of Empires finish up, and I don't know. I'm thinking March might be a good month to start our 7 Wrath Challenge, our 1v7 Super Smash Bros. Challenge. There's a couple of things that I want to go and double check and make sure I got, because I redid a couple of items to a more, I guess, satisfactory level. But a couple of things I got to work out, and what it really comes down to is me just trying to make sure I got everything ready for stream, because I'm going to have a lot of things, not that many things, but enough things to keep track of. Make sure I hit the buttons like at the right time, and I don't forget, and I don't get stuck in like this kind of like brain fog type thing where you're just going through, like not thinking about it, because it's like, okay, that attempt didn't go well. You know, obviously we lost, but I felt really, really good as far as everything else. Maybe we just got unlucky with an item or something like that. And I want to go while I still feel nice, right? Either because of the opponent they're against or whatever. But yeah. Because I think last time I know we were like above 1,000 deaths. So I just gotta make sure I got everything set up and I'm in the right headspace so I can hit the buttons when they need to be hit. And that's probably the biggest thing. I want to keep everything as honest as I can, but also reduce human error as much as possible. Me just in there, did I hit the button? And then going through the egregious thing of watching through all the footage and counting up and tallying up how many times I died and to what character and all this and that. And so I'm gonna try and have like an actual physical log here that I can probably just also keep track of. That it's just one of those things where if I keep adding things on to try and double check and triple check, make sure I got the right numbers and everything, so I have to do it, a bunch of reviews. Yeah, I detract from anything that might have been remotely entertaining and just stressing myself that much more about it. But nonetheless, so I think the numbers part, while it's not super important, it does, what's the right word? I guess put everything into perspective and either make you feel better or worse about the accomplishment of getting through the entire challenge. So I've done it once, and there were a couple of nights where it was a bit rough just because usually the opponents and just bad luck, but nonetheless. But anyway, a little bit rough on those last two missions there in the beginning, not too bad afterwards. I'm hoping that not all the missions are kind of like that, but they might be. But other than like that little bit of rough aspect, which is probably more just me, the player, I think the campaign's really nice. You know, I liked the Athenian campaign for the most part. There might have been like one or two little things. Also, I still need to go back and see if it's possible to during the frickin' Battle of Thermopylae, if it's possible to just wipe out the entire enemy or not. I can't remember if we're allowed to build more docks or not. Because if so, I could just spam out whatever, like, the best combination of ships there are. Or whatever have you. I don't know. If I do something like that, I might try and make a video recording of it. I'm not going to do that live, just because it might be worthwhile, it might not be. I don't know. But certainly a video for the future. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and call it there. That way I don't get sucked into another potential like 3-4 hour, well, I guess in this case maybe like an hour long mission or attempt at missions. So should be back next week. More Fallout New Vegas, very hardcore, and hopefully some more Age of Empires 2. Get back in the swing of things, and hopefully this time I can remember more about my tech. And yeah, sorry it's been so long for the Age of Empires 2. It is unfortunate, but it's just been kind of one of those start to the years, you know? So, anyway, stay healthy, stay frosty. Until next time, see you.